Hello, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along. It is a Saturday, an unusual day for me to be streaming, but we have a very, very special event here today with the 6 hours of Qatar, the first driver swap event that Le Mans Ultimate is hosting. They have been doing a number of races yesterday already, and yeah. We are doing probably what is going to be the biggest, busiest time slot of the lot. It starts here at 2 PM. There is another time slot that starts at like 4 PM later on. No, sorry, later than that. 6, I think it is. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. It's going to be a little bit crazy. We have ourselves a team under the York Sports Racing name. We have had one car that has gone and competed already yesterday. It was the 066 car, made up of Stephen and Arctic Fox. They were in split 1, and they managed to finish a fantastic P8. So very, very proud of those guys making history for York Sports Racing with the first car out in Le Mans Ultimate and getting a top 10 straight off the bat. So be interesting to see what we ourselves can get here this time round. I'm looking forward to participating with Charles, who's one of the drivers that we actually raced against at Sebring in the Ford Mustang. He was in the BMW M4. He held us up for a number of laps, if you did see that race and do seem to recall. But yeah, he's joined us here in the hypercar, and we are going to be driving the Porsche 963 LMD H car. So we are looking forward to this event. We are in split 4 out of 16 in total. I'm just going to go ahead and make sure that all the settings and everything that I need are actually correct. Interesting. I say I'm just testing some things here with Race Labs at the moment as Charles is out on track, and annoyingly, the Race Labs telemetry is popping up quite a lot whilst he is out on track. Obviously, we don't want that to be happening. See if doing that makes any change. No, it doesn't seem to. So that's interesting. But hey, it's cool to see. Sat here just taking a look at the various different aspects of things that we can take a look at. I'll bring up the screen in just a moment, but I hope you're all doing well and excited for this event. It's going to be 6 hours. Of course, driver swaps are involved. First time that Le Mans Ultimate is doing this. So it's very, very exciting. This is a test event. We need to keep that in mind. Things may not go perfectly and go smoothly, but obviously we're here to make sure that the feature works and hope that everything goes well. Everything seemed to be going well so far for everyone. So yeah, this should be good fun. Right, I'm going to have to do that, I think, when it comes to the replays, because otherwise that's going to be very annoying. Yeah, that's popping on and off. Alright. Let's hide that. Bear with me 1 second here. We're going to go ahead and bring up the game now so you guys can see what's going on. As Charles is driving around the circuit. Fantastic livery here for the Porsche 963. There we go, and we'll bring Discord sound back up as well. There we go, right. Charles, you're on stream. Say hello.
Hey.
Cool, I can hear you all good.
You want me to bring the car back in the pits?
Just very quickly, just so I can drive out on track, make sure that everything is working all good my end. And then I'll let you have the car again. Okay, so yeah, this is one of the issues that we have at the moment is the input telemetry there is flashing on and off whilst we're here in the garage watching Charles go around the track. A little bit annoying, but it is what it is. Just having a look at some of the names here that are participating, seeing if there's anyone that I recognise. Doesn't look like it. Quite a busy part of the track, but the livery's looking really, really nice. Hello, Stephen. Hello, Jensen, as well. It's good to see you guys here in the chat. And everyone else, do please say hi. And give the live stream a like, because this will be fun. This will be interesting. Looking forward to seeing how this goes. All right. Close that out.
There you go.
Thank you very much. And there we are, we're in. Tires, all that good stuff. Cool. I assume you loaded the latest setup that I sent?
Yeah, the 6-hour race one you sent.
Yep. Cool. Can't drive off the track there. I don't want to be requesting pit stop. Okay, we're going to need to change that key binding. So yeah, we have a 30-minute practice session. But then we go into qualifying, which I believe I'll be doing, along with probably starting the race. And then I think we'll be double stinting. I'll just double check with Charles on that. We just doing double stints and kind of alternating throughout the race.
Yeah, I think it's the best strategy.
Okay. Is there any way you can boost your mic up just a little bit from your end? So I've got you on max volume, but you're still a little quiet.
Yeah.
I could probably drop the in-game volume as well.
My mic is broken, so I'm using my phone.
I see. Alright. Everything seems to be good my end, so I'll hand you back the car.
Okay, fine.
You want fresh tyres or as is?
No, just stay with the tires. It's okay.
Okay. So do you want me to both qualify and start the race?
Yeah, you are faster, it's better. So you can get a good race start and avoid any kind of accidents.
Yep. There we go. Should be changing driver. Yep. It is indeed.
Yeah.
Perfect. There we go. Alright. I'm going to change my key bindings because requesting pit stop is the same button that I'm using to toggle on and off. My mic. There we go. Alright, that should be a lot better, and we'll go ahead and turn that off as well. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Alright, let's fast forward here. Hello, Landon. How's it going? That. Right, 1 second. Try and get some nice photos of the car and the livery. Do something like that. Hopefully that will not have all the additional Race Lab UI elements that I have on the car. We get these two together. Something like that. Over this side. Back in a little bit. Alright, that's looking pretty good. There we go, back to life again. Oh, come on. Okay. Way up. Ah, she looks so good. Through the sparks. Looking a little dirty already. A little bit better. Very nice. Alright, that's plenty of photos taken, I reckon. Thing I will do whilst we're in game, things were a little loud. Let's do that and hopefully we'll be able to hear Charles a little bit better. Yeah, how is everyone doing? How's your Saturday going so far? We excited, ready for this race? Just over 10 minutes left here in this practice session, and I believe it's a 15-minute qualifying before we go into the actual 6-hour race itself. As you may have heard earlier, discussing with Charles, I'll be doing qualifying and also starting the race. I'm hoping that the lap times that other people are doing are very much qualifying times. So I can match those. How's the car feeling?
What's it good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you happy with it? Is there any tweaks you want to make?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Oh, this is exciting. Really looking forward to this. It's been a long time coming with these driver swaps here in Le Mans Ultimate. And I'm very, very glad that we are getting the first proper opportunity to actually do so. It's very, very cool to see the York Sports Racing livery there on the Porsche as well. Looking very nice. Should stand out in amongst the pack with the white livery and the orange on top as well. You like the result screen post-race they made? Details are nice. Well, you mean this section up here, or do you mean the actual like result screens and stuff that they've changed and altered? So, 'cause I do like this. It's nice to see various bits of information with regards to the sector times and all that sort of thing. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a way to actually get into the engineer mode, which would be nice, but hey ho, it is what it is. Jump on board here with Charles. There is one thing to note here in the spectator mode. There are a few things that don't necessarily work and aren't accurate. For instance, the tyre temperatures down here are pretty much frozen. We do have information with regards to fuel and that is live. The state of charge, I believe, is also frozen. So that doesn't update. So it's, I think, purely down to the driver in the car to manage all that sort of info themselves on their end. Charles is looking going to be nice and smooth with the steering, which is good. That's what you need for this circuit. Ah, okay, that's interesting. Didn't realise it does that, Jensen. I look forward to seeing that later on then. Seeing what info there actually is. I say, Charles is a B3 rated driver. He was silver. He did get to silver 1 at one point, and then he had a race or two where he lost race rating and dropped him back down to B3 again. As you've seen recently, if you've been tuning into my past live streams, I was silver 3 before the off-season break week last week, and at that point I dropped down to silver 2 again, just because I had a couple of pretty poor results. And then the race that we did Thursday in the World Endurance Championship Online Championship, we didn't actually gain, well, we didn't get any driver rating scoring at all. The results from that were null and void due to the issues that we had with the driver swaps. There was way too many people. I think there was going to be only 34, 36 or 38 cars. And we were like something like 62, 64 cars or something like that. So it was double the number that it should have been. Some sort of error with the server, but developers have null and voided it for that reason. So yeah, we didn't gain or lose at all from that. But hey, it is what it is. Oh, there you go. You can see Charles's driver rating down there, and towards the bottom right-hand side of the screen, driver rating B3, and then his safety rating is Platinum 2. It's good. Nice, nice info on here. Kitty Club. Yeah, there's not any teams that I recognise at the moment. Only 15 hypercars in our split. 23 GTs. So that'll be interesting. Fair bit of traffic to manage, but that'll be good fun. Hopefully everyone can stay in this without any issue. Should be getting some good data. I know at least some service did not start up and others died at 4 hours. Yeah, hopefully they will get useful data from this, and hopefully we will be able to get the whole distance 6 hours in. As I said earlier, this is a test event, so there is possibility of issues. But hopefully it'll stay nice and clean. Interesting camera angle there, down in the rear bumper. Rear wing, roof camera. Onboard cockpit camera. And obviously all the offboards as well. So yeah, just letting Charles do plenty of running here, trying to get a bit of a flow and a rhythm ready for the start of the race. He did do this event yesterday. He did it in GT3s, and his team came in P2, which is a very solid result. Hopefully we can replicate that sort of result here today. Yeah, silver one. Female silver one. That's a driver I recognise. Not so much rough. So there's a few silver twos in here. Why is that showing a BMW? Ah, it's because we flipped over to a... There we go. No rating for them. Silver one. No rating for them. Silver one. No rating for them. Alright, here we go, we're qualifying.
Yeah. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Take control. Then I can load the setup. Fresh mediums. Okay. Oh, the game is very, very quiet for me now. Yep, really, really quiet. Bear with us a second here. There we go. It's a little bit better. Hey Christian, how's it going? Annoyingly, the button I use to mute is also a pit request button, and I tried changing the key binding off of it, but it's still doing it.
Yeah.
A little bit annoying, so I have to figure out another way of doing it. So I'm going to do 2 build laps and then basically 1 push lap. I think that's the best way
That's what I did yesterday.
Yeah.
Because we will need these tires at the end of the race, I think.
Yeah. Alright, let's go for this. Not great.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, I had to I had to lift there coming off the final corner, or the second to last corner rather, as the
Yeah, track limits.
yeah.
P1 looks very fast. 139.
Yep, it's what I managed to do in practice. But yeah, that'll do. Being towards the front is the main thing, I think. Annoyingly, I
Yeah.
took a little bit too much tyre life out of the tyres on the outlap as well. Should have babied them more. They should be 95% towards the end of that, but they were 94.
Yeah.
Never mind. Make sure that everything is all set for the actual race. Oh, fresh tyres. Okay. I'm going to sit and chill for a bit. I was thinking about going to the loo, but I don't really need to do that just yet, seeing as we've got still another 10, 12 minutes left. It seems like there are some people still circulating around. The 139 one, Jesus, I won't ever get into that.
Yeah. He looks very, very fast.
Yeah. Of course, all the fast guys are in Ferraris as well.
Oof. He just destroyed his tires.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he made a massive spin in sector 3.
Oh, wow. We're not going to be able to see that, I think. Oh, no, we are. Oh. Oh, yeah, yeah. They're ruined. Well and truly. That's a bit of an advantage for us then.
Yeah, definitely. They might struggle at the end of the race.
Yeah. Such a fine balance trying to do a good lap, but also not absolutely ruin and destroy them. That's what I was practicing earlier this morning. Alright, so you reckon start the race on brand new tyres, yeah?
Either new tires or the one you use in qualification, just like it's like you feel it.
I reckon new is probably the way to go,
Yeah.
just to be safe. There's a whole bunch of people not even bothered doing any laps. High grade, you probably saw the other YSR car. Was it an Alpine in Split 1? That you saw doing the... It was the 10 a.m. UK time slot? Because if so, that was, yeah, two of the drivers running under York Sports Racing. We're waiting until grip improves. See. So there's still a few people going around. Yep. So yeah, I was one of the other cars with the community team that I'm starting to set up and build. It was very cool. It's good fun watching them. And they did pretty well for their first outing, P8. Right. Be right back a sec. I'm going to go to the loo now, just in case things tick over into the race early. Alright, still E5. Good. Ladies and gents, pass this on to people that you know who may be interested in watching this. Make sure to give the live stream a like as well, that'd be very much appreciated. It's very, very soon we'll be getting underway with the race, less than 5 minutes as we can see. Hello. Lola. I assume that's how you say your name? I probably butchered that. I'm terrible at pronouncing names. I'm not the best of readers, but thank you very much for the well wishes. It's much appreciated. I am just going to very quickly... Excuse me. This, this. Send it on to my dad so he can watch it when he gets back from golf, which is going to be in and around now, funny enough. we go. Ola Lua. Gotcha. Thank you very much for the correction. And again, apologies. Alright, that should bring that back. Whilst we're on track. It is a Ferrari fest out there in the top 5. And they've just gone P2. Alright. Just over a minute. Oh, the tension is building, much like it does in the iRacing events, which is really cool. Just this period of sitting and waiting, and indeed a number of the other guys who were saving their laps towards the end are, or have been, doing theirs. Being bumped down to P6 now. That's fine. The most important thing is the race. Alright, 20 seconds until we start.
Yeah. P6, very good.
Yep, fairly happy with that. Near the front, just kind of where I want to be. Just hope that everyone else around us is sensible.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Jensen. Much appreciated.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
Alright. See what everyone else is doing in terms of tyres. It looks like one person's going hard front right. Front left, sorry.
Yeah, P11.
Yeah. I do think mediums all round is the way to go. They do overheat. Like, I was getting up to 135 degrees on the front left in the practice session last night, but tyre wear was fairly good. It's like 50 to 55% by the end of the stint. All right.
The Aston Martin behind you has 2 left hard tires, leader only 1, and P2 Ferrari has a full set of hard tires.
All set.
Yeah.
Formation
Interesting.
lap has started.
They're going to struggle.
Yeah, probably. Good luck.
P4's not taking the grid.
Nope.
Interesting.
I will try my best to help you with traffic and everything.
Cool. Thank you. Right. Okay, here we go, ladies and gents. 6 hours of Qatar. About to get underway very, very shortly. Hopefully we can have a nice clean race here. Stay out of trouble. And make it to the end. That's going to be the most important thing. Right, just need a good reaction to the green light.
Green flag. Green
There it is.
flag.
Off underway racing already. Thought that might be a bit of a risk, but all good, no contact. Alright, first lap done and dusted.
Yeah, you almost made the perfect move turn 1.
Almost. I could see I was running out of
Yeah.
room there, though. So I just kind of half-bailed and did
Yeah,
to the
you got
gravel
a
just
bit
to
of
avoid contact.
understeer.
Yeah.
It's all good. P5, perfect.
Yeah. And it feels like I got pace over the cars in front as well. Just taking our time,
Yeah.
being patient for the moment. Feels like I could maybe go for a move on the guy in front going into that hairpin there, but it's just a little bit too risky unless he makes a mistake when we get close enough. So it's a long race, so there's no point making desperate moves and lunges. Especially as we're in good track position at the moment. Keeping nicely with the pace with the cars in front. It feels like I've got pace in hand as well if I really wanted to go for it. There's just no real need to at the moment. Although we'll try and get this guy hit.
Yeah, you got him.
Yeah, now feels like the time.
You're faster than the two cars ahead for now.
Copy, thank you. First proper overtake done in a 6 hour. This guy's struggling in front with hard tyres all round.
Yeah. And you are going back on GT3s?
Yeah. Do that. I was just about to say, traffic time.
Yeah. Unlucky there.
Yep, sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't.
He's taking many risks in traffic.
Yeah. That didn't work out. Ooh wee. That's good fun.
Yeah, another 9 GT3s left.
Copy. Sort of.
Yeah, be careful, the Porsche behind you is aggressive as well. You might, yeah, you will get him. Too bad. Unlucky there. It's fine.
Oh, is the Ferrari doing? They are super aggressive.
Yeah, you were quite unlucky with the BM as well.
Yeah. I'm surprised they tried to go for the move around the outside there. Opportunistic for that Porsche, but it worked out well for him. Yeah, so it's way too early to be making risks and trying to defend too much.
Yeah, you were careful. Fine. These two guys are very aggressive. I'm not sure they will make it to the end without any incident.
Yeah. Alright, let's try and close back up on them again.
Yeah. You are half a second faster than the other cars, including the leader.
Beat, thank you. Hope these two guys don't start fighting too hard. I can tell the Porsches are going to get past, and Hello
Yeah,
Kitty
he's
Ferrari is not.
The Ferrari is struggling with hard tires, I think.
Yeah, they're going to be losing around about 4 tenths a lap just by being on hard tyres alone compared to mediums. I know the track's hot and obviously the tyres overheat, but the grip difference between medium and hards is fairly significant at a track like this. Thanks very much, Snap by Dan. Appreciate the well wishes. Team Split 5, GT3, very nice. So, yeah, we were very close together then. As we're Split 4. Yeah, there's a lot of people who have turned up for this one. Just good to see.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was talking to chat there. Probably confused you a little bit.
you got something like 6 GT3s ahead. They made contact. I'm not sure they know it's a 6-hour race.
Yeah, the Ferrari is being super aggressive in its defense. The Ferrari at the Porsche in front of us is clearly quicker, but
Yeah,
Ferrari's just
I mean, he's
trying to hold
taking
it
so
back.
many risks. Yeah.
Yeah. Like here, there's no point in sending it up the inside of the GT3 because, well, one, that's going to happen. There's no space
Yeah,
for
yeah.
you to slot in between the GT3s.
Damage?
Nope, all good. I
Okay,
just
perfect.
about turned out to avoid contact there.
Yeah,
That was super close.
yeah, he's just being so aggressive behind you.
There we go.
Yeah, you got him.
Easy.
Great start. P3. He might dive. No, it's fine.
That Ferrari in front's blinking.
Yeah, it just appeared.
Yeah. Not scary at all. Tyres are looking alright.
Yeah, perfect.
Front left's on 71%.
Yeah, lap times are very good also. You got the leader space and virtual energy is good as well. Doing a good job right now. Keep
Thank you very
pushing.
much. Pushing we're doing.
Sorry?
Said pushing I am doing.
Yeah,
Well, not pushing too hard, but
yeah.
just managing.
Yeah, it's a long race.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are faster than the Ferrari behind.
Yeah.
Do you think the Ferrari behind will change the left side tires or not?
They might be trying to double if
Yeah.
they've gone hard all round.
Yeah, so we gotta make 5-second gaps if we want to stay ahead.
Yep. Just getting close with these GT3s.
Good.
First track limits.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, it's only 0.25. Take that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That was all watching radar there. Just purely relying on that and just driving to the radar.
It's okay, it's okay.
Ah. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, bad luck.
At least it was low speed.
Yeah, no contact. How are the tires?
57-67 on the left side, and then 71-71 on the right.
Yeah.
That hasn't happened to me before in practice.
Yeah, happened. You did a great start. No problem.
Yeah, it's alright. There's plenty of time to catch back up.
Yeah, it's a long race.
Yeah.
You got the pace for sure.
Try this again, shall we?
Do you think you can save an extra lap and pit in 6 laps?
Maybe. Give it a go.
I think it's the leader strategy.
So we're already extending by a couple of laps
Yeah,
on this stint, but we could probably get one more out of it. Well, it might be tough actually. Some of these lights are coming out very, very quickly, very early.
Yeah,
I'll do what I can there.
yeah, do your best. Yeah, based on the data, you are using 3.1% energy per lap, so should be able to do it.
Yeah, it's 4.9 at the line. Well, they're going into turn 1, so... dear.
Oof.
I was just about to say, this is where it starts getting dangerous for us, where we've got 3 or 4 hypercars all fairly close together in front, trying to work our way through a whole bunch of GT3s that are all fairly close to one another as well.
Oh, this is a Ferrari.
Yep.
He's really struggling with hard tires.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's definitely not the way to go.
Yeah.
You can just about get away with hards on left side only,
Yeah.
but it didn't feel great in testing, even through here. Oh. That's really annoying.
Yeah, like no suspension damage. Only
Yeah, suspension in front. It's not bad.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a very minor offset on the steering. What do you reckon we should do?
I think we should not roll. Just keep it like this.
So don't repair.
How much? Yeah. How much time do you think you are losing?
Hard to tell at this point. Probably not much.
Yeah. That's what I think. Okay, I think you can go full push with energy. You're fine. Yeah, you don't seem to be losing much time, so the times are still good. Yeah, we stick with this.
Agreed. Hope we're okay there. Fine. It was very close.
Yeah, I did the same thing yesterday.
Gee. Is that first stint done?
Yeah, that was pretty good. Just a bit unfortunate in traffic.
Yeah.
It's
I
fine.
don't think traffic was too much of an issue. It was more the more that spin.
Yeah.
63% on the right side tires.
Yeah, you can go. Be careful with the white Ferrari.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. I think he changed left side tire, right?
He must have, because he only came in just in front of us.
Yeah. What are they doing? Yeah, be careful. I
Yeah.
don't know what they are doing.
Yeah. No, stop and go. We're good.
Perfect. Yeah, I think you might have an advantage right now because he has a front left hard tire and he was struggling to put it in
Yeah.
top. Good job.
So that worked out nicely.
Yeah. And I think the Ferrari will struggle a bit also.
Yeah. I almost grip on the left. Feels weird.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's literally crawling. Interesting.
That's the Porsche you had a contact with before, right? Or it was another
Maybe.
one?
Wait. Why have I got 2.25 points on track limits? I thought I've only got 2, both at a quarter of a point each. It's saying we're on 2.25 out of 5, and it should be 0.5. Unless I picked up a massive one somewhere,
Yeah.
but I don't know where. Okay,
I think
we're gonna have to be
yeah.
Sorry, what
I
are
think
you
the
saying?
Valkyrie. I think the Valkyrie is on old hard tires. I don't think it changed tires at the speed stop based on the
Yeah, they've gained quite a lot of time in the pit stop,
Yeah.
but we've caught it all back.
and he's struggling.
Yeah. But yeah, we're going to have to be extra careful with track limits now for the rest of the race. So we've got way less than we should have. No idea how that's going about either.
It's okay. Contact.
Fuck.
Unfortunate.
I say, can you apologise to them?
What's his name?
It all got very messy, unnecessarily so. That was my bad though.
Happens.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Well,
Be
bit
careful.
on the throttle when needed.
Yeah, but I'm starting to make mistakes as well.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be back soon. Good
Okay.
luck.
Thank you. God damn it. Left really nowhere to go there. I was hoping the Lamborghini was going to turn in, take the normal line, but they didn't. This is costing us a lot of time. There we go. That's that move done and dusted. What about the car you hit? Or we hit, sorry. I hit. On the last corner, the white Porsche. Yeah, what about them? Oh, 1.7 for the contact. Really? Okay, interesting. That'll be where that came from then. Just for the info on that high grade, because I was at a complete loss as to where that actually came from. A little bit surprising though that the contact leads to track limits warning points. I mean, it kind of makes sense in a way if you treat it as safety ranking points rather than track limits points. The only thing I could think of is because across the pit entry line there. That's about the only thing. And to be fair, that probably is the most likely reason for it, because I think I did go like right across the blue bit on the pit entry as well after the contact. Yeah, this Porsche does not like overstepping and straddling those curbs. You can hear it bottom out when it does. Sorry, Valkyrie, but I'm going to have to take you here. Good close racing that was. Tried to put up a little bit of a fight, but not too hard. Got nice and close, but no contact. Now it's time to get after the after that Cadillac. See if we can eat down the gap to the leaders as well. 29.5 seconds. That's wide. Right, we're faster than everyone else on that lap. Second quicker than P2. So they obviously had some traffic, much like we did, but got the worst of it. Cadillac's got a bit of pace in them. Notice that P1 and 2 are battling and have actually changed positions. That quick Porsche from Stint 1 has managed to make it into the lead. My God. Very much butt clenching moment there, trying to squeeze it through that gap, Jesus Christ. Very, very glad that Fisher in the P2 Ferrari was compliant with that as well. Top driving by him. Oh dear. That was not good from the Mercedes that we passed there. Try and get these lap times back down into 43s, 42s. Obviously we're getting impacted by traffic, which isn't helping us here, but in the sake of trying to keep some pace with P1, not let them run away too much. Good thing is we're doing pretty good on the fuel saving front. Seemed like someone off big time. It's GT3. Hello, buddy. How's it going, buddy? Oh, that's not ideal. Sorry to hear that. imagine you must be pretty shattered then. Ah, I see. It's a pretty unfortunate situation, just guess do what you can when you can.
I'm back.
Welcome back. More 4 hours and 2 hour time. Nice. What car are you driving in? We are slowly catching P2. P1 is the really quick Porsche that was behind us in the first
Yeah,
stint.
the start of the race, yeah.
Yeah, they're pulling away at the moment. Ah, thought you might be in the BMW. The good old classic. Got a quick setup for nice. I've not touched iRacing in so long. I'm thinking that I'm probably not going to renew the subscription either when it comes to it in October, November time and around Black Friday. Instead I'll just do a pay for 1 month subscription as and when I want it and need it. Otherwise I'm just burning away money paying $100 odd with the Black Friday discount and not using it at all, or barely using it, shall I say. Race has been pretty good. We got the pace for the lead. I just I made a mistake in the first stint that had me spin, and we lost about 20 odd seconds, 15 to 20 odd seconds from that. And then we also have some damage that we are driving with, but it's not really impacting the car too much. The time loss that we're getting is mainly down from tyre wear, so we're double stinting right side tyres and taking fresh lefts in every pit stop. And this is the second stint at the moment, so the rights are starting to wear relatively heavily. And the lefts are doing okay. Yeah, it's just managing things with this traffic at the moment as well. Go deep. That's the state of the tyres currently, down there in the bottom left. Not a good lap that time. Also trying to fuel save a fair bit as well. It's obviously going to help us out later on in the race. Follow me. I'd like to get past you, please. There we go. Right, what do you want for this next stop? Do you want to repair the damage or just tyres and fuel?
Just tires and fuel, I think.
Okay.
It's small damage, right?
Yeah, say
I
the
don't
steering's off maybe like 5 degrees,
Yeah,
but
it's
it
fine.
feels fine to drive.
Yeah. I don't wanna lose 40 seconds in the pits to repairing a small damage.
Yeah. New mediums all round.
Yeah.
quite a bit of time lost there, but don't think quite as bad as the leader when they came to that gaggle of cars. Oh, and Charles, we found out what the
Yeah.
interesting. That early.
Not early. Yeah. I will watch the replay, see if we made a contact with Ireland.
It's quite surprising. We found out the reason for the track limits. It was the contact with the Porsche out the final corner. I got across the pit entry, across the blue bit, and that gave me 1.75
Okay.
points there. We're still on 2.25, hasn't gone up
Yeah,
anymore.
we're fine.
2 more laps. You all set and ready?
Yeah.
Cool. Everything's set, ready for you.
Good. Can't wait.
Do you want brake migration on 1.5 or 1?
1.5 is fine.
Okay. Alright, one more lap, and it's yours.
Perfect. Yeah, good. We're trying.
Everything's all set up for you as well. I assume you have the brake bias is in the setup.
Yeah, I will change it. Don't worry.
Okay. All right. It's all yours.
Thanks.
Best of luck. Car feels good. Track feels good.
Yeah, will do my best.
Yeah, just find your rhythm. Nice and smooth. And we'll see how we do. See where we end up.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Woody. That was pretty good fun. A shame about the spin because we probably could be leading, but still. It is what it is. It's good. We're in a good spot. Bunch of new names in the cars. Now Charles is taking it on in the next 2 stints. Problem is, right now we have very, very cold tyres. It's around about now that they'll be nicely coming up to temperature, so should be all good. Thank you very much, Jensen. Hopefully Charles here can get into the firing room fairly quickly, as he's having to work his way through traffic. Good thing is, not getting held up too much. Watching Charles in practice, he was pretty good at carving his way through the traffic, which is good to see. It's very, very easy to kind of get caught up behind cars if you're not too confident in that area. So just trying to find the flowing rhythm with these gravel traps here in the final sector. Ah, the livery looks so good. Shame about the damage on the front. My thoughts exactly, Jensen. So pretty much the same thing at the same time. Now we get to compare pace with everybody else. They're all finishing off their out laps. .42, 44, 46, 45. So starting to catch the car in front by the looks of things. Let's go ahead. In the meantime, take a look at the race start. Here it is.
No. Fuck. No. Awesome.
You okay? Oh,
What?
no. You lost the front left tyre.
Yeah.
There you go.
Did I touch Mercedes or...
Do what, sorry?
What happened with the Mercedes, the GT3?
I'm not too sure. Yeah, just take it easy, nice and easy going back. I'll take a look now. I think you were possibly coming a little tight, and they were expecting you to track slightly wider than you did, and then they tapped your rear quarter, which spun you both.
Oh, sorry.
That's alright, don't worry about it. Let's try and get the car back. At least we can repair all the damage.
It's a triple drop.
What was that, sorry?
Nothing.
Ah,
I don't
okay.
even. Oh.
How long is the repair?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Yeah, Woody, it's lagging because I try to go, I think I try to go back to the start, basically right at that point. So the bits where the cars freeze and pause is me trying to jump in the replay to a different point from live. No, it's my end where I was trying to do this and go back towards the beginning of the race. So let's go ahead and take a look at that now. Now that we can. So yeah, one of the cars didn't grid. P4 didn't grid, hence the space here. And then we almost made the move in turn 1 work. Just ran out of a bit of road on the exit. Yeah, so we're out there 3 wide, and then, yeah, I wasn't getting left any room, so bailed to the gravel. And after that, it was just a case of settling in and doing what we could. Alright. Step number 2. It's alright, mate. Don't worry about it. Just try and get back into the flowing rhythm again. Yeah, it's a long race. Still got best part of 4 hours to go. And other people are likely to have the same sort of issues as well. Alright, back underway once more. Hopefully Charles here can find his rhythm and flow again, and hopefully his confidence wasn't too badly knocked after that incident. So we got some good pace over a lot of people in and around us, so we should hopefully be able to claw our way back up a few positions. Obviously we're quite a way off now, the cars ahead, but we should do what we can. Okay, Jensen. I shall catch you in a bit then, buddy. Indeed, not quitting. We're gonna get to the end. This is more of a test event, anyway, than it is for, I guess, points or anything like that. Obviously, we're here to race along the way, but these things do happen. Sorry about that, Woody. It was quite a busy day, work-wise. So I wasn't able to have the stream on in the background. Cool. Sounds good. Funny, the number board on the Porsche doesn't quite work. Whoopsie daisy. Gotta say, a lot of these replay cameras are quite nice. Quite well done. Nicely done with the traffic there. Well, they're professional. See, held up a little bit. Nice lap there. You were quicker than the 6 cars in front of you on that one. Any damage from that?
Yeah. Oh, left.
So your lap times are good. They're better than the majority of cars in front of us. So we're going to start eking and closing those gaps down. Let's go camera group 2. A little bit of heady cam in there. Well, it's quite nice. Oh, unlucky. Unlucky.
I just missed it.
How are the tyres looking?
But yeah, okay. 80%.
Okay. I don't know why, but every single time that I get out of a car in a sim, I get quite tired. I'm not necessarily tired, but just start yawning. Must be an adrenaline dropping or something like that. Only way I can think of it. bit of drama there. Oh dear. It's not good. V13. So that Ferrari that had spun off was in P13, and I think they've just pitted. I'd let the Cadillac go. And that's one position gap regained. So when you're getting clean laps in, your pace is quicker than the cars in front. So just focus on nice, clean, consistent laps. Yep, they'll come to us. Even there, Charles getting passed by the Cadillac, going a lap on us. Still a 45. So if we didn't have the Cadillac interfering, it probably would have been a 44. So the other thing that Charles has got to contend with is changing track temperatures. Just going in towards sunset, as we can see. So the track is cooling down. Hey Prezi, how's it going? Just chilling at the moment, trying to claw our way back up. I got a little bit close there with the BMW. Get me a PC. Sauce racing swag. PC is where it's at. So the game looks pretty good in some of these conditions, but there's elements of it that let it down, like the lights there that we just saw. I had to see a bit more glare from the headlights. Handling isn't all that on LMU. Who have you heard that from? Or where have you read that? So I say it's very good. Certainly there's some things that need to be improved a little bit further, but otherwise the basis of it is very enjoyable to drive. Gamer Master video. Yeah. Oh, that was very close. Also quite unfortunate. Hopefully the tyres are all good. I don't know. I really enjoy it. I think it's the majority of the way there. It's better than, say, quite a few other sims. I think. I know Gamer Muscle critiques the force feedback an awful lot, but he seems to like the original set of courses force feedback, which I didn't really like. The car that has the whistle noise, saw on a short. Here on a real clip, so it's the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 is the car. But yeah, in real life, it's you can hear that same whistle. Yeah, it is indeed, with the air scoop. But yeah, I'd say the handling in this is really good. I know Daniel Moore critiqued it, but he was... It seemed like he was basing his opinion purely based off of a single car, the Mercedes-AMG GT3, which the default setup for that is, as he says, a horrible understeery mess. It's not great. I imagine, I haven't actually tried it myself, but I imagine tweaking the setup can make it feel a lot better and probably closer to reality. I don't know if he has tested other cars and he's factored those into his opinion in the video that he did, comparing it to iRacing, but I'd say his critique of the Mercedes-AMG specifically is valid on the default setup. But then again, I think also his opinion is slightly biased because he's had a lot of experience of driving the Mercedes-AMG GT3 in iRacing with custom setups, and whilst his, I guess, his back-to-back testing that he did specifically for that video in the clip, he may have been using the default setup. Obviously, he'll have quite a bit of experience and knowledge with custom setups driving that car as well, and there it probably feels really good to his liking, possibly also really quite quick, and you get all that sharp responsiveness that he was talking about. And whilst it probably wouldn't be quite as sharp and responsive in a default setup in comparison to the custom setups that he's probably used to running, it obviously felt a damn sight better than what Mercedes here in LMU feels like on a default setup. But that is the default setup. A lot of other cars I think actually feel pretty good on a default setup, obviously even better on custom sets. So yeah, and I've seen that Dave Perel's also put a video out on his channel in the last day or so, comparing iRacing and Le Mans Ultimate, but I haven't seen that video yet to see what his thoughts and opinions are. But otherwise, I think it's really good. I reckon it stacks up really well amongst other sims. Yes, as I say, there's certain areas that are lacking in comparison to other sims, and there's features and things that are missing, both game features but also physics-wise. But hopefully they'll come in the coming months. As complicated as ACC, I'd say they're relatively comparable in terms of the number of things that you can adjust. It's pretty much the same sort of things, but I'd say it's more realistic than ACC, because ACC, their setups have there's a meta that's being discovered which is very exploitative of getting the car as low to the ground as you possibly can and keeping it there. With the GT3s, I've been finding so far in my setup testing that it's fairly similar, not quite as extreme as ACC, but generally the lower the car, the better. The softer the car, the better, I've found in the GT3 cars. But I haven't fully refined the setups yet with the damper work, cambers and things like that. Those can't really be exploited like they can in ACC, so it's not like max camber, it's not minimum bump damping and then max rebound damping. Instead it is a bit more intuitive and more closer to reality, I'd say. In that sense, you want to tune the dampers as you tune the suspension and kind of go in the same direction with them. So if you're running softer suspension, go softer on the dampers, harder suspension, harder on the dampers. I tend to find that works. It's worked more consistently for me so far. But with these hypercars, they are quite complicated in their setups. There's a whole bunch of various different things to consider, third springs and the like, and yeah, figuring out those has been quite the challenge so far, especially with changing cars as well. It's been fun learning new cars and figuring out how they work. Feels like I've got the Porsche here down pretty good. Feel very, very comfortable with it. But I've started to learn the Aston Martin Valkyrie, and that's an interesting car because it almost feels like running the car lower to the ground feels worse than running the car up higher. Mainly because obviously the ground effect, the Venturi tunnels underneath the car, they work in a slightly different way. So yeah, it's a fun, interesting learning experience. A lot of things being taken on board whilst driving here and comparing to other sims. Just good fun. Liking it. And yeah, it is looking nice. There's aspects of it that need work, tweaking and refining. The look of the cars in low light conditions doesn't look particularly great. During daytime, it definitely looks really good, but from here on out, things start looking a little bit cartoony. It's quite difficult to do good night lighting though, without hiding too much of the cars. And then things like headlights, they could be tweaked and improved because there's no headlight glare or anything like that at the moment. Like here, they're okay. So there is a tiny little bit of it, but it's so small. It's quite hard to see. They need to ramp that up a little bit more because there's certain camera angles where things are looking very game-like. I think the next camera angle shows it perfectly. Okay, maybe not that one. This one. You'll be getting all sorts of headlight glare from the cars in the distance when they're pretty much straight on, but it's very little. So yeah, it needs to improve in some areas. But hey ho, hey ho. Yep, that is very true there, Jensen. I had forgotten about that, and I've just seen there's a spot of orange on the bottom of the shark fin that shouldn't be there. It's not there on this side. It's only there on the left-hand side. So I need to tweak that livery, fix that. Little thing that I hadn't noticed until now. But yeah, it was quite unfortunate timing for Morad's video because he literally released it like the day before. Before the force feedback updates for the Mercedes, so maybe he'll revise this video. We shall see. And yeah, the Valkyrie is good fun and is absolute madness. Right, let's take a look at see what sort of lap times Charles is doing. Doing good. 5 lap average is coming down nicely. Good stuff here, Charles. Your 5 lap average is looking a lot better than pretty much everyone but the race leader now. So just keep going as you will. Keep this flowing rhythm going. It's working nicely. Valkyrie around Nordschleife, what do you reckon on the time? Oh, I don't know. It's very hard to judge. Might need to drop. Music volume down a little bit so I can hear Charles a little better when he's talking. Let's go down. Yeah, definitely quick. That's for sure. It's just the time, I don't know. Hard to tell. How many laps left in your stint?
Maybe 4 laps.
4 laps, okay. And then you're staying in doing another one, right?
Yeah.
Yep, cool. Alright, in that case, I am going to go and grab some food real quick, so be right back a second.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
See you in a bit. Keep it up. Doing good. Right, I'm going to go grab some food. So, BRB 1 moment. And probably only be a couple of minutes. So it's a nice lovely microwave meal that I've got for myself. Hello, Graham. How's it going, buddy? And now you're back. And now it's... Alright, now he's back. Doing alright, thanks. And race is going okay. It started off well. Started P5 immediately up into started P6 immediately up into P5 because P4 didn't grid. I think started from the pit lane. Then we're doing well, managed to get up into P2. And I had a silly little spin that dropped us down to P8, and we're working our way back up. Managed to get to about P3, P4. And then Charles got in the car. He was just finding this flow and rhythm, and then had an unfortunate incident with a Mercedes that got us very heavy damage, and we got hit by another car, a Cadillac, that lost the south front left wheel. So we had to crawl back to the pit lane. Once managing to dig the car back out of the gravel, and then we lost about 3 minutes worth of repairs, I think it was, maybe slightly longer. So it's burst way down the order, but since then Charles has been finding his flow and rhythm. We've managed to go from P15 back up into P14, although the gap is relatively close, about 3 seconds. They are behind us. So we're just trying to hunt down the cars up in front, basically. And they are 21 seconds up the road. Very nice, Jensen. I've just had low-calorie sweet and sour chicken ready meal. Something super nice and easy. And now I'm just having Notes bar as like a extra little top-up snack. Red what? Oh. Little bump there from the Ferrari on a Lamborghini. Starting to see a little bit more headlight glare now, but it's not anywhere near as bright as it needs to be. Be more realistic. Why does the standings keep moving up? I want to keep it on me. Any fix to the race start issue the other night? It's... So that was, I think, mainly caused by the server taking on too many people, a lot more than it should have. And it seemed to have the wrong sort of settings. I think it was meant to be capped to about 36, 38 players, but we ended up with like 64. So the results from it are null and void, I believe. But yeah, a little strange. Developers know what happened, so hopefully they'll fix it in an upcoming patch. This is really annoying. Track 21 degrees. Ferrari behind definitely seems fairly quick, but we're being held up by this Cadillac here, I think. No, Ferrari's not going to have a go. Unlucky.
Yeah, tires are dead.
Are they?
Yeah, I didn't change left side tires because we only have 1 tires left.
Okay. So we're kind of effectively back on schedule in a way. Minus one tyre, I think.
No, we are back on track. Because
Oh, you didn't change at all, did you? Never mind.
I had to change the left side tires after the incident with the Mercedes. So
Yeah.
I didn't change them the next week.
Cool. What do you want to do for the remaining stints at the end of the rest of the race? Do you want to do me single, you single, and then...
We'll finish the rest. Or I can make another final stint or something like this. Whatever you want. I'm just super slow.
I reckon if I do, in my next stint, just do one, you do one, then we're both at least equal on that point, and then we'll see from there what we want to do.
Yeah, fine.
Cool, sounds good.
Yeah, and I do the next one and then finish the race. Should be a very short sprint.
Yeah, it'll probably be pretty quick at the end. Or a short one at the end. New camera angle, let's do that. Pardon me. Well, we're over the halfway mark. And the server's still up, still running. Just good to see. Hopefully it continues to be alright. For the remainder of the race, and we can at least make it to the finish. And climb back up into the top 10. That would be great, but it would be a pretty big ask. Oh dear. Yeah, really starting to struggle with the tyres, I think. I don't like that camera, where it's so shaky. I can see what they're probably trying to do. They're trying to make it look like some guy stood on the balcony with like a handheld sort of camera or camera on top of the shoulder, but like in comparison to all the others, it looks quite bad and uncomfortable to watch. That's gone nice and cool at 20.7. Okay. As this HUD ain't particularly confusing. Back into P14. Team Rookies is pitting. I believe it's a scheduled stop. Tell you what, this I'm trying to make sense of this timing board up here. So the car's in front, this Aston Martin Valkyrie here. It's in P1, because it's the only Valkyrie here in the lobby, right? Yeah, on the position board, it's saying it's third. I mean, it's saying that we're 15th when we're actually 14th. So there's issues here. But like, so this gap here, why is it done to the driver that you're highlighting? Why isn't it just done to the race leader? Why is it not like this all the time? That would be a lot more useful. So a slight touch with the wall, it's not too bad. What percentages the tires up?
Yeah, tires are completely dead. 20%. Do you want me to pit and
Do one more lap. and then I can jump in and take over. Give me a moment to just go to the loo real quick. So BRB. Okay, I'm ready.
Super. Donc,
Copy.
n'oubliez pas tout. Everything is set up.
Copy.
I'm really sorry. That was absolutely not the double stint I expected.
That's okay, mate. Don't worry about it. It happens.
I will be back in a second.
Okie dokie. There we go. Alright, back underway. Oh, game is very, very quiet. Whoa, that was a big hump of thing there. Wrong button. What's it did? It's very silly of me, and I forgot to sort my brake as well. Pressed completely the wrong button in the steering wheel. Accidentally turned off the pit limiter. Got us to drive through. Now there's a lot of grip. Ay, ay, ay. I'm an idiot. Yep, indeed. Right, let's see what we can do in catching everyone else. Let's do that on the left target. Whilst we're also at it. Annoyingly, got to sort my brake. Which is being extra squeaky. Not very nice feeling when coming off the brake and starting a trail brake. Alright, 48.5 seconds to the car in front. On your line, please. Alright, we're closing in on 2 cars in front. Slowly but surely. V3 seems unusually slow. I wonder if something happened to them. The previous lap time was fine, 44. Give me a flash, let them know that I want to come past. He doesn't want to allow it though. Probably should have followed him outside. Never mind. picked up the pace again. It's good. Need them to be lapping quick when they're in free air like they are. Oh dear. Getting caught on curbs there. There we go. So, I'd like to get past P3 as quickly as possible and get that back. Just because they are being quite slow. Costing us a fair amount of time. 2 hours remaining. Yep. You see that? I'd like to be a little bit more, so we have a bit more of a buffer. The number of laps remaining. So that one was 2 seconds to P14, 3.5 seconds to P13. Again, about 1.5 seconds on them. They suddenly really picked up the pace there on that previous lap, weirdly. Both in the 43s.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
You are doing great. You are a faster driver on track right now.
Thank you. Probably a bit later me from that.
How are the tires?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, good. Because
They're,
we only have 4 tires from the qualification left, I believe.
Yeah.
How do you want to finish the race with the tires?
Ooh, good question. Probably. What have we got? An hour and 49. Let's have a look.
Do you want to double stint both tires? No. And when you take the final stint, we change all 4 tires?
Potentially. I mean, do you want to get back in the car?
Yeah, I'll take that one stint.
So I think if you jump in at the end of this stint,
Yeah.
we'll give you the tyres that I qualified on.
All 4 tires?
Yeah, I think go all 4, and then I'll get back in afterwards and just take whatever is best.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, where you going, buddy? Interesting. Right, 3 more laps and this over to you. Hold your damn line. Alright, one more lap.
Okay, I'm ready.
Everything's all set up, ready for you. Alright, she is yours. Oh, I forgot to turn off damage repair. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
There, we got another 25 seconds added on.
Yeah, it's fine.
Never mind. Oh, best of luck, dude.
Thank you. Okay, we have no more right side tires.
No more right side.
Yeah.
Okay.
54%. But we got like 86, 87 on the left side tires. So maybe we'll change them. I don't know what you think.
We'll just take whatever's best all round. I'll just go with that. We'll change all 4 tires. It's only going to be another half hour, so. Alright, good luck. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Alright, I'm going to very quickly hop under to the bottom side of the rig and try and sort out my brake pedal because it is very squeaky and annoying. So, BRB. Okay, that little change hasn't worked. I'm going to have to take the brake off and get the inside. I'm hoping it's just a case of reseating the springs and everything, Jensen. So I've had it before. Yeah, it all looks fairly good. So yeah, there's the little stack that I have inside the brake pedal. One washer on there, one spring with a. Try and do this without breaking it off. I've broken it off. There was a little bit that extended out of there just to sit inside the spring so it stays nice and straight on the rod. Hey Dor, it's been eventful. Eventful but fun. Or at least I've enjoyed it. I don't know about Charles. He's had a couple of incidents and a few mistakes. I've had a mistake I had to spin myself when we were in P2 in the opening stint. We were chasing down the leader. Otherwise, it's gone pretty smoothly and without a hitch. The issue that we have now is we're basically out of fresh tyres. So we're now having to use worn tyres. So Charles has gone out for his final stint on the set that I qualified on. So they've only got a couple of laps on them, which is good. Right, that's the little washer that I have on the spring, and that bit obviously sits inside said spring, like so. Quite tight, but it works. But yeah, after the incident earlier and the damage that Charles picked up, we've been trying to claw our way back and recover ever since. That's all back in its stack. Let's put this back and hopefully we can resolve the horrible brake squeakiness that I had. Right. That now feels much better on that. I'm not getting any horrible squeaking anymore. Just by reseating it has fixed said issue. Now I just gotta make sure. Right, that's better, I think. Hey Johnny, how's it going, good sir? Hope you're doing well. The YouTube rig data is incorrect. No. You mean the stuff that, the input telemetry that you're seeing? That was all fine and accurate to my inputs. It was just where me brake pedal basically pressing down on it felt fine, but slowly easing back off the pedal and starting to trail brake was was getting rather squeaky and felt very grainy and horrible. So all I did is take the pedal apart, reseat everything, just give it a quick wipe just to make sure there's no excess kind of like wear sat on the pedal or in any of the springs and on the rods and everything else like that. Reseat it. And I just tightened up the preload back up again. But it's gone and fixed itself, and I just had to recalibrate there because I tightened the preload up a little bit more, so that there was a tiny little of input when I didn't want any. But the pedals that I have are SimMagic P1000s. I did have V3s a long time ago. I need to change the description then. But yeah, I no longer have V3s. Glad the engine note is helping. Nice and calm. Yeah, I realised. Need to change that. Try and remember to do that later. Right, we are, what, 8.2 seconds behind P14. Who's P14? That blue Ferrari. Ah, there's two of them. Yeah, there is. There, grab with it. Is it? I have not seen, obviously. So I'll have to watch that later on this evening after this this race is done. I'll probably wait until Alice is back home, and then we can me and her can watch it together. She'll definitely be intrigued. So they are coming through penultimate turn. So they're less than a lap ahead is P10. I don't think it's completely out of the question. Obviously, it's going to be very, very difficult to get a P10. We're going to need some luck on our side, but there is a possibility. I did say Alice. Yes, Alice is my wife. Oh, there it is. F1 aero development fantasies. Ah, you have an Alice too. Well, at least two of us know who the fuck Alice is. Glad you got it. I knew you would. Johnny knows who Alice is as well. How's the family doing? A good man? Hope they're all good. Glad to hear it's all good. Yeah, I can imagine. A bit of a whirlwind. Tired. Never ending. Then again, it was your choice to have a second. Flying down the inside. GT traffic. Oh, you guys have me really, really intrigued now. Very tempted to just go and have a look, but I'm going to try and refrain from doing so. But yeah, no spoilers, please. Oh, you hear me? Now I can see why you made that, and now I can recall that conversation as well. Nice lap. Keep that sort of pace up. It's quicker than the cars in front. Charles is good. Ooh, nicely up to speed. Fairly quick. Some tweaks I need to make to this livery. A couple of things I need to fix. There's the orange bit on the base of the shark fin that needs fixing. It looks like there's a bit of orange in the little panel gap on the shark fin somewhere along the line as well. So I need to double check as to what that is. Whether that is just kind of like an anti-aliasing sort of glitch, or whether it is part of the livery. And also the little bobble antenna things on the top of the engine cover, the engine intake scoop at the top there, it being white. That shouldn't be white, that should be black, or in carbon fibre, one of the two. So I need to fix that on this car. I need to double check the others as well, make sure there's no other issues or anything like that, because I did notice when I was doing, I think it was the Ford Mustang, the last car that I did, some of the way I'd structured the layers and everything else like that, the little orange bits were coming up on the region maps over the top of the carbon fibre when it shouldn't have been. Or the excess orange, shall I say. So I need to be a little bit tidier with me with my painting. Otherwise she looks good. So we've got 96 laps remaining. So we are 4 laps down. Is there a guide for LMU liveries? There's plenty of people who've done like YouTube tutorials on it. In a mix of both GIMP and also Photoshop. I personally use Photoshop, so I do have subscription to a couple of the Adobe programs. Mainly After Effects and Photoshop, so I use that because I don't really have GIMP, but I believe there is a written tutorial that they have on their website for it. And then yeah, there's a number of bunch of free, or should I say, there's a bunch of YouTube tutorials as well on how to do it. Some of them are very nice and simple. Others are a bit more complex and kind of show the painting of an entire car with quite intricate decals. Other people are just like, I'm going to put a line down the middle of the car and kind of use that as an example as to how to do them. Which it works because it shows the basic principle of how it works. But yeah, you can use GIMP, as yeah, Jensen points out, it's free, so people like to use it. Ah. Johnny, are you still there? Might have gone do stuff with the family. Otherwise, I was going to say, thank you very much for getting me into President, as they are rather good. Been listening to them quite a bit lately, as well as Sleep Token. I've gone into them, and they're really, really good. If you kind of like, if you're into heavy rock and metal, they're kind of, I'd say they're more like progressive metal because they kind of cover all sorts of various different genres. They got a number of very, very good songs. So, what sort of music are other people into? Any bands or artists or DJs that they recommend these days? Whoa. That's a horrible snap. I've had that a couple of times in practice. That's happened a couple of times to Charles as well. Yeah, otherwise, listen to, as I mentioned, President quite a lot, which are a new band. They've only got 3 songs out on Spotify. But they have download set viewable on YouTube. That's about 25-30 minutes long, which is very good. Had about 5-6 songs in it, and I believe they're due to release an album kind of towards September, October time. And then, yeah, as I mentioned, Sleep Token. And then I've been listening to a lot of my usual EDM dance music as well, especially with Tomorrowland Festival just having been and gone last weekend and the weekend before. So I've been listening to 1 or 2 of the live sets that have come out from that. Hey, and Electric Coolboy, Graham's got me into that. They're very good as well. That kind of like party metal music with a bit of electronic techno and mixed in as well. Yeah, let us know what sort of stuff you guys are into too. I'm intrigued to hear. Hello, Sarosa. How's it going? Oh, it's Baby Bells. Give you chocolate. I haven't really listened to much or any baby metal really at all. They did do a song with Electric Coolboy, Ratata. So it's pretty fun, but I haven't really listened to them. I have to listen to what Gimme Chocolate's all about. Indeed, Sir Rosa, it is the weekend. It's always nice. Especially when you have time to do these sorts of races with other people. 6-hour driver swap endurance events. Always good fun. Baby Metal is a Japanese female metal band. From what I've heard, they are quite fun, but I haven't heard too much of their stuff. That sucks, Teresa. Yeah, some of the time slots were a little bit interesting. Some were alright. Others were a bit odd. There's nothing wrong with liking LMU. So, I'm really enjoying it. It's very quickly become a main sim. Pretty much the only one that I play at the moment as well. Although, and I saw that Automobilista 2 have done a recent update, which I should probably take a look at and explore. Of course, this has bounced between all sorts of music. Been going through Prodigy stuff the last couple of weeks. Pretty good for getting work done too. Yep, that's good. I need to listen to Prodigy's Glastonbury set. That I've not done yet. The Prodigy are very good. Also, obviously, if you're into Prodigy, I imagine you're probably into Pendulum. If you're not aware, Pendulum are releasing a new album on a birthday, August the 22nd. And there's a number of songs on that new album that are available to listen to already on Spotify. And a number of them are very, very good. They're another one that I always listen to quite a lot. Haven't listened to Pendulum properly since 2008. Oh. So was that? That must have been just before Immersion then. They, because I think Immersion was 2009? If I remember correctly. Off the top of my head. And that was a really good album. Boom Boom Satellites. The name kind of rings a bell-ish. But I don't really recognise it properly or any songs spring to mind. I have to look them up. I'm going to do that now real quick on Spotify. Okay. They're quite cool. They're kind of hard to describe. So kind of like one or two of their songs that I was just quickly scrolling through on Spotify kind of sounded almost a bit indie-esque, but they got a lot of electronic elements to them as well. But it sounded very fun and upbeat, so I might have to give them a proper listen to, like out of these sort of headphones rather than out my phone speaker. Okay. Makes sense. How are the tires doing? Very close.
Yeah. 50% on the left and 60 on the right side. What do you think?
There we go. And we're back live. Things have sorted itself out. Replay can be a little bit funny at times. Back on people 14.
Yeah.
Like people such as David Bowie, Mike Oldfield, Trent Reznor. Okay. Obviously with yourself being a little bit older, some older generation stuff in. What was that, sorry?
I start struggling a bit with the tires.
Yeah. Just go nice and easy. There's I think about 9 laps left, just under.
Left side and right side is not very looking good. Ooh. Oh no. Don't touch anything, please, 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 please.
That was unlucky.
Yeah.
So easy to do. You get caught, sucked in by the curb, and then spin off. We saw someone else do that in qualifying. That exact thing with plenty of life still on the tyre. So Going to be a bit of a struggle now. Ah, 9 Inch Nails. Yeah, I know that. Didn't recognise the name, but 9 Inch Nails. That I know. They had a few good songs. I don't. Yeah, I used to be into quite a lot of rock and metal back in college and university, about half my lifetime ago. It's now kind of evolved into electronic dance music and a little bit of drum and bass. That sort of stuff. I was fortunate to go see Iron Maiden in London the other week at the West Ham Stadium. It was a month and a bit ago, which is really cool. End of June, that was. End of June. That sounds pretty fun though. And yeah, I've not listened to huge amounts of Iron Maiden, and obviously I know they're classics, but them and like AC/DC were like two of the big bands that from the 80s that I kind of wanted to see before they properly bow out. And yeah, got to see Maiden, which is cool. Haven't seen AC/DC yet. Nice. I've not been to a music festival in a good few years. I can't remember when the last one was. Must have been Victoria's Festival down in Portsmouth. That must have been 22, maybe 23. Didn't go last year. I think 22. Was the last time I went. But we're going to... Me and Alice are going to see Martin Garrix's... Not next weekend, but the following in Gunnersbury Park in London. That should be good fun. Sebastian Grosso is also there. One of the support acts. One of the three guys from the Swedish House Mafia. Whoopsie daisy. That was close, yeah. Nice avoidance. How many laps left on fuel?
4 laps.
4 laps, okay. And what tyres do we have available?
And something like 80-85% for the left side and 50% on the right side.
Okay, what about right side?
We are dead. 5% for and we only have something like 50% left.
Okay, well, I'll take the whatever tyres the best all round.
Yep.
Oh, did you actually get hit on the rear there?
Sorry? No, slight damage.
Hey, don't forget fuel and virtual energy. We won't need a full tank. Right, I'm going to very quickly pop to the loop. Then I'll be ready. Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm picking this up.
Okay, copy.
see adding virtual energy.
In.
You see adding virtual energy because I don't see anything.
Yep. I got,
Okay, it's fine.
yeah, plenty.
Perfect.
Alright, now we've got the tyres up to temperature, we can actually push a bit more. Oh, there we go and do that. That's quite funny you want to listen to it though. I'm struggling with the braking zone there now. Everywhere else we're good. It's just that hairpin, it seems. Alright, 35 seconds. See if we can do something about that gap. Five seconds on that now. Keep doing that. That'd be great. That we will though. It's not too bad on the right side. It's just quite a bit of vibration because there's a flat spot on one of these tyres. The important thing is the left side tyres have got a lot of life in them. Just allowing me to push through these right-handers. Rear left is not looking nice. So yeah, it's just like corners like that, just gotta be a lot more careful. As much as I wanted to there. Sorry. Man on the mission here. You made it a little bit awkward going tighter. Otherwise it would have been through there in a flash. Right, I wish we were catching the guy in front of slowed. Traffic is killing us. Cost us a little bit of time there. I think they can, yeah. Never mind then. That's that over. That was a risky move going outside there. Oh, that's... Why is that not showing that I've got suspension damage when I've quite clearly got suspension damage? That's the car done.
Yeah, unlucky.
Yeah, that was a very risky move going around the outside there, but I thought they might give us space.
Yeah, we can repair the car. Somewhere.
Hmm. 61 seconds worth of repair. I don't know, Dor. That could have been very easily on me. Going outside there is very, very risky. I know I was there, but it's 100% relying on the Ferrari to lift in that situation. And it's not the usual place to overtake. The better thing to do is either be down the inside of them before the apex of the corner, or on the outside. Sorry, or off on the exit of the corner, cutting to their right-hand side on the inside. That's where it should have gone. But I was really trying to push to catch P14. Never mind. Yeah, I don't think it was too much of a lunge. I think I was probably there enough alongside, but at the same time. You reap what you sow. Sort of conditions. And that was very much on me. Very cold tires. Yeah, no grip. E11's gone into the pits though, interestingly. No, they are back up. Never really represent. What? Sorry, optimum temps. Never really represent optimum temps well. Nearly always close to blue. Rare to green and easily moved to amber red. So the tyre widget is more surface temperature. Hence why it rapidly increases and it decreases a lot more than the actual temperature readouts that we get both on the digital display, on the steering wheel, and also in the tyre page of the MFD. That's all right. Yeah, their service Tim's down in the bottom right. P2 might get P1, maybe. Gonna be very close. Really close. Less than half a second now.
Yeah. What happened to P1? He had like 10 seconds.
Maybe tyres.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be last corner overtake.
Yeah. Or coaching, or they make contact. That's not really clean driving.
Who got it? Oh, he has to got it.
Yeah, they are going to cry in the chat.
Yep, most likely. Well, at least we made it to the end. Not where we wanted to, but
Definitely not.
yeah. Still, it was good fun. I enjoyed it. It's nice to
Yeah,
experience
same.
a proper endurance race here in Le Mans, but
Yeah, and no bugs.
yeah, it held up really well. I want to take a look at the
Sorry
end
for that incident.
No worries, dude. It happens to the best of us. I've done many of these events in iRacing and some in ACC. And yeah, I've had some big shunts and big offs that have completely ruined races and things. So don't feel bad about it. Just obviously take it on the chin, learn from it, and
Thank you.
try not to repeat it again next time. But as long as you enjoyed yourself as well.
Yeah, that was very fun. You did a very great race, honestly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for doing this with me as well. It was nice to have someone there alongside.
It was a great pleasure.
Yeah. Hopefully we can do do many more of these in the future as well.
Yeah, looking forward.
Yeah, definitely. Right. Here's going to take a look at this replay and do the last bit of the stream. So I'll catch you in a bit, Charles.
Yeah. See
Yes,
you
sir.
soon. Bye.
Right, let's take a look at this final lap. I want to see this almighty duel between P1 and P2. Good thing we did get out. I was going to get out of the way there anyway between those two corners for him, but doing so there really allowed them to push on. So they are on mediums all round. They started off with, I think, left side hard and right side medium. Okay, so they're both Silver 1 rated. Whoa! Okay, I am very glad that the Aston won that. That was very unnecessary from Hello Kitty Car, who have been really aggressive all race, I shall add. Like, here, you've got the run on them. You're going past them. Why drive right and into the side of them, make contact? It slowed you down. You would have been half a car length ahead going into the final corner. I think both brakes. A bit late, but yeah, the Aston locked up the inside tyre. But yeah, very glad that the Aston won that in the end. Right, I'm gonna... Driver breakdown on the team? Yep, we'll do that before we close up the stream. That's for sure. Don't worry. But yeah, that is one hell of a finish at the end there. But as I said, I'm glad the Aston Martin won it because Hello Kitty, that was rather naughty of you. Naughty, bad kitty. Pardon me. It's yeah. Take a look at this incident and see what actually happened. That's another thing I want to do. May not be that far back then. Oh, that might be the server dying. Yep. Alright, well, here we go. Here's the rank breakdowns. Yep, -9 positions as well down. Okie dokie. Interesting. Ah. Well, this is nice. 3 laps an hour and 35. R2, R3, R4, R5. Is that what it's saying? I'm not too sure what this here is trying to represent. Second stint. Start of the third. Yeah, so these are the numbers here, I think, are the number of stints. So obviously, this is the first stint. This is stint 2. So we did 53 laps, an hour and 35 minutes of driving up until that point. Really? A bit longer than that. Oh, okay. That may seem fairly accurate then. Then 32 laps with Charles. And then we did 30 laps because we did just a single stint. 1 minute. 17 laps with Charles before my final stint at the end there. So I got the award for the most consistent drive time. Split there, the number of laps we did, consistency grade, average lap times, best lap time, overall stuff for the car here. Okay, interesting. Let's go. Next page. Just general race results. Here with this. So everyone was kind of B3 apart from one guy in GT3. There's only 3 GT3s that didn't finish in the end. That's all the info. Right. Race replay. Let's go take a look at the end there. And shall grab it. That can close, we don't need. A look at the incident, try and figure out what actually happened. Minus 149, where did you see that? I'd say it's relatively well done, Jensen. It could be a little bit better presented, I think. I already have a few ideas as to how I would have presented it differently, but otherwise it's pretty cool. It's got all the main info there that is useful to see. It's good. So yeah, we're just waiting on this to load up. Grab some photos of the car at the end. Looking a bit battered and worn. It is taking our time. How was that for you, ladies and gents, from a spectator's kind of perspective? I was quite quiet in that one, especially when we were off outside of the car, and actually a couple of times whilst in the car as well. I think the first stint was pretty good, fairly entertaining. Charles was unfortunately a little bit quiet for me in terms of volume, but he said that his microphone had broken, so he was using his phone, which is unfortunate. Hopefully next time when we drive together, he'll have that fixed, so he can come a little bit clearer through the live stream for you guys as well. Otherwise, that was a fairly good race. I did enjoy. Jensen enjoyed it. He was getting better all the time. missing a lot, yes, but it's getting there. This should help them a lot. It should help them a lot, yeah. Hopefully they get a lot of good, useful information and data from this. It was, I think generally it's going in the right direction. There's a lot of quality of life things about it that I would want to alter and improve if I was a designer for them. Generally the functionality is there. It's just certain things could be done a little bit better. I'm not the biggest fan of the new UI. I think the replay UI, that is. I think the old one worked a little bit better and has a clearer switch between live and watching the replay going back. And then also there's more replay controls available to interact with us with a single click rather than both slow motion, play, and fast forward all being on one button, the fast forward button. And obviously same for rewind, and then you got pause and play here. I'd like to have perhaps if I was to redo this, I'd make all these tiny little grey indents here. I would make those basically each lap. You got your pause, play, as we got here. Have fast forward and rewind, as we do, but have ideally like 1.5 times, 2 times, 3 times, 5 times. If we can fast forward a little bit quicker, and then have separate buttons for slow motion, slow motion forward, slow motion reverse. Just those sort of things there, just to make it just a little bit easier to interact with and understand. Alright, Dor, you take care. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and she'll catch you probably Monday evening, or the next live stream in the Ford Mustang again. Waiting for this to there we go. Alright, so I'm in the car. Where are we at this stage? This is lap 190. Yeah, this is the incident with the Ferrari. I probably shouldn't have gone for it. I don't really know why I did. No, I know why I did go for it. I was going to set myself up for the usual switch under. So they were running a tighter line coming through here. But then I saw them slowing a lot on the inside here and taking an awful lot of curb on the inside. And it looked like they may be going tight. And basically blocking that line to go off underneath them. So I therefore decided to go around the outside. But in doing so, they drove to the outside as if I wasn't there, or there was a lot more room on the outside. But that, I think, damaged the rear left, which wasn't weirdly showing up on the HUD. Yeah, you can see it's tracking and crabbing there, which is a real shame. Right now you're testing cars and rating them on their rear and side mirrors rather than when they drive. Yeah, it'd be nice. I imagine there's going to be a lot more functionality coming to the Mon Ultimate in terms of VR. There's a long way for it to go. A lot of things they can tweak and improve, which is just kind of always nice, but you're forever kind of chasing a bit of a tail in that sense. Anyway, that, I think, ladies and gents, is pretty much going to be it for this evening. As I said, good fun. Really enjoyed doing that event. It was good to get driver swaps in Le Mans Ultimate and test them to see how well they work. Overall, functionality wise, I think they work pretty well. Probably not as great in terms of freedom as, say, iRacing and ease and kind of seamlessness as iRacing, but they function, which is the main thing. And overall, the races are, of course, really, really enjoyable. Something a little bit different from the usual just kind of sprint races that are an hour or 2 hour long. I say 2 hour sprints. They kind of are in some people's eyes, in other people's they are classed as endurance. But yeah, having other people, having other drivers there is all part of the fun. Hopefully, Charles, if you do see this, hopefully you're not feeling too bad, mate. It was still good fun racing with you. I did thoroughly enjoy it. It's just a shame, yeah, about the couple of incidents that you have, but as long as you learn from them and don't make those same mistakes in the future, all is good. And it happens, as I said, to the best of us. I've thrown away races a couple of hours in, Spa 24 hours being one of them. That first 12 hours, I had, yeah, there was 3 of us in a car, and we attempted that event twice. And I started the event in both of them, and neither of the other 2 drivers got an opportunity to drive because I got caught up in incidents. But it happens. It's all part of the learning experience. But keep your head up, mate, and look forward to having you back again next time, as well as you viewers. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. If you enjoyed the live stream, please leave a like. If you didn't enjoy the live stream, please leave a like. Consider subscribing here, and hopefully I shall see you again on Monday evening for the European Le Mans Series online championship. But until then, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have fun. Stay safe. Take care.